Tunaelekea vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunaketi kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako. Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye
Tonight, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is taking place so fast. Therefore, everybody must work hard to stay on the cutting edge as far as making sense of our politics is concerned, and of course, remaining on top of all matters. Tonight, this is Sound Candy Talk Live. 72 people have cast their vote already, and only 42 have liked the video. Justified. So from the look of things, the majority of Kenyans think the government need to up their. Glad to report we are back on the main channel as well, and therefore we are asking everybody to join from wherever you are. Sound Candy Talk Live YouTube channel, and we are also live on X as well as extended to Facebook.
You are watching Sound Candy Talk Live.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Sound Candy Talk. This is Political Open Forum Show, the show where you give opportunity to analyze and to speak your opinions and your views too. I'm sorry we are a little bit late, but due to hiccups or the hitches of here and there due to the one thing that led to each other. But I think we have sorted it out, and we thank you. We welcome you. We wholeheartedly come. Let us have a conversation tonight. So tonight we'll have a conversation, and tonight we'll be checking about the finance bill, because today has been the finance bill day. It's been the day for the CS of finances, and today we'll be checking more details and more coordinates on what we call finance bill. And the finance bill today has a lot that has been cooking, and also Kibali has taken you throughout the day on what has been happening even in CBD. There's a lot of rioting in CBD over the matter of one and only Ojwang. Also, there are later many things that happened to today. Also, 200 people lost their life today in an accident. And apart from that one, Kindiki spoke today here. And then also the story about Ojwang still proceeds. And we'll be checking details towards the story of Ojwang, which will be our opening on our opening front, as even we are beginning up the day. I want to welcome you all. Feel free, feel part and a parcel of this. Let us join up. Please tell me where you're getting me from, and it will be good. Don't just watch alone. Invite somebody to watch with. Mwambie mtu tumekuja hata kama tumechelewa. Amusha mtu, mwambie mtu. Tuwe haha, tujachelewa sana kidogo tu. Lakini tumekuja na wingi, ambapo tutakuwa tunaweza kuzungumza na mengine, tunaweza kujadiliana na mengine, tunaweza kuyatazama ili kuona mambo yamekuwa sawa. Na wakaribisha nyote kwa moyo mkunjufu. Njoni tusemezane wote kama team Sound Candy Talk. Kwa hivyo leo mimi nimwambie, kwanza tunaanza na story ambayo imekuwa ikigonga vichwa vya habari from now a week now, about one young man called Ojwang. And the story is, it's a lot of things, and a lot of things happening as we are even moving on and on. But this is what happenings in the story of Ojwang.
In the ongoing investigation that is into the murder of Albert Ojwang at the Central Police Station. 2 more policemen are listed as suspects alongside 2 civilians. And as IPOA carried on with the investigation, Nairobi's Central Business District was engulfed in clouds of tear gas, smoke and chaos on Thursday, as hundreds of demonstrators took to the streets to protest Ojwang's killing. The demonstrators demanded the resignation of Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat, and as Ben Kirui now reports, that what began as a peaceful demonstration quickly turned chaotic, and 2 vehicles were torched and multiple people sustained injuries amid running battles with the police.
Nairobi CBD turned chaotic on Thursday as fierce clashes erupted between anti-riot police and protesters in the city center, disrupting normalcy. The unrest unfolding just as Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi prepared to leave the Treasury building for Parliament for the scheduled budget reading. Outside the building's main gate, demonstrators gathered in growing numbers, chanting and waving placards, demanding justice for Albert Ojwang. The protest escalating into the afternoon, threatening to disrupt the scheduled budget reading. Demonstrators aimed at paralyzing the proceedings, demanding justice for Albert. What began as a peaceful protest quickly spiraled into violence as confrontations broke out between demonstrators and police officers deployed to contain the situation. Tear gas canisters were fired, but efforts to disperse the swelling crowd proved unsuccessful, with protesters pouring in from all directions. At some point, they occupied the main gate of Jogo House and the headquarters of the National Police Service. The protest turned chaotic when a faction of the demonstrators turned their anger towards vehicles belonging to financial services firm Wells Fargo. Officers providing security were forced to fire warning shots into the air to regain control. One company vehicle was, however, set ablaze along Nkrumah Lane next to Electricity House, while another private car was torched amid the mayhem. Public infrastructure bore the brunt of the destruction. Protesters vandalized and overturned city trash bins and dismantled streetlights meant to provide light at night, leaving a trail of damage through parts of the CBD. And as the chaos unfolded, officers from the Internal Affairs Unit of the National Police Service and IPOA arrested a policeman listed as Police Constable James Mukhwana of Central Police Station. He will be charged with murder. 2 more policemen are wanted alongside 2 civilians over the murder. Ben Kirui, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
It is now emerging that the late Albert Ojwang died long before his body was taken to Mbagathi District Hospital. An incident report from the hospital shows that he was brought in at 2 a.m. on Sunday while already deceased. Brenda Wanga reports.
The search for the truth about the circumstances leading to the brutal murder of 31-year-old teacher Albert Ojwang continues to reveal even more disturbing details.
He was rushed to Mbagathi Hospital, booked for IDOB number 090806 2025 at 01:39 hours.
While the police have maintained that the deceased was taken to Mbagathi District Hospital for medical attention, a report from the hospital paints a different and grim picture. According to the medical officer on duty that day, Albert Ojwang was brought in at 2 a.m. What the medical personnel encountered was not a man in need of urgent medical attention, but a body bearing horrific signs of trauma. His face, the report details, was swollen. His body and limbs were marred by multiple bruises. Blood, a chilling detail, was oozing from the back of his head, his mouth, and his eyes. The back of his head, the parieto-occipital region, had a cut. His entire body was cold to the touch. He was unresponsive. He was dead. The nurses on duty that fateful day both stated that upon assessing the body, they confirmed that it was a corpse that was brought to them. The report from the hospital also states that the body was brought in from the Central Police Station. The nurses on duty confirmed what the visible evidence suggested. Albert Ojwang was brought in already dead. This crucial detail directly contradicts initial statements from the police, who had indicated that Ojwang had been taken to the hospital for medical attention. The notification of death to the mortuary lists the location of his death as a Central Police Station. While police maintain they found Ojwang unresponsive and rushed him to the hospital at 01:39 hours, just minutes before his documented arrival at Mbagathi, the hospital's findings suggest he never had a fighting chance. This conflict in the timing of Ojwang's arrival at Mbagathi is just one of the confusing details about his death. Police had initially stated that Ojwang had inflicted injuries on himself, but the detail of the severe injuries, as indicated in the report and consequently cemented by the autopsy results, show what can only be described as a brutal and deadly attack on the young man. The questions are mounting on whether Albert Ojwang died at the Central Police Station, what transpired within those walls, how did a man supposedly found unresponsive acquire such devastating and fatal injuries, and why was he then transported to a hospital under the guise of seeking medical attention when, according to the medical report, he was already beyond help? These are the questions his family and indeed the entire country wants answered, even as police and investigative agencies promise to get to the bottom of this murder that has shaken the country to its very core.
Related to that, Independent Policing Oversight Authority Chairperson Isaac Hassan has revealed that CCTV footage at Central Police Station was deliberately deleted to conceal evidence. IPOA has confirmed that its officers will question Deputy Inspector General of Police Eliud Lagat, whose complaint led to the arrest of the late Ojwang. Gatete Njoroge reports.
Have you not taken suspects to court?
After a tough session before senators on Wednesday, top security officials in the country faced the National Assembly Security Committee members. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja faced questions from MPs.
What are the new developments?
IPOA Chairman Isaac Hassan told the MPs of the manhunt for 3 key suspects: a police officer who was later arrested on Thursday afternoon, and 2 civilians who are yet to be arrested.
There are also 2 civilians who are involved in a different way that we need to also investigate. I cannot give that in the particulars here.
Hassan also revealed disturbing findings on the missing CCTV footage at the station. The IPOA chairman saying the footage had been tampered with to conceal crucial evidence on moments leading to the death of Ojwang.
Somebody called somebody to come and actually he was asked whether he could delete a particular section. He said he can't, he has to do it, all of it, and he did that.
IPOA has promised impartial investigations, with its officers expected to question Deputy Inspector General of Police Kenya Police, Eliud Lagat, in the ongoing probe. 23 people have already recorded statements.
The investigators said that they will have preferred to take all statements from all the policemen involved before they can now confront him, and in him being the final person who made the complaint.
Inspector General Douglas Kanja says his deputy will step aside once his name crops up during the investigations, while the DCI boss Mohammed Amin insisted that Central Police Station OCS Samson Talam is a person of interest in the case.
If the DIG is going to be mentioned, then definitely you will write the statements, and I believe it's on that basis that now he can be able to step aside to allow for that completion of that investigation.
The allegation of the deceased, Albert, banging his head on the wall came from Central Police Station, and he is the officer commanding Central Police Station. Why would an officer coin such a narrative?
Amin has dismissed claims that Lagat's case was given preferential treatment. IPOA has stated that in the last 4 months, they have received 20 reports involving death while in police custody. The incidents under investigation occurred in 13 counties. Gatete Njoroge, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
This is what is happening, and this is what is moving on. I know it's the world's going fast. I know everything's going fast, but Kenyans, we are here to align everything and set everything into the order. I want to welcome you all. Feel free, feel part and parcel of this. Lala was here. I think he's coming back so that we can have the conversation together and we can have the chat together. So what do you see? Yesterday, I asked the same question about the CCTV. I said, what if we say that the CCTV footages were deleted? Today we are seeing it is confirmed that the CCTV footage were deleted. And then you tell me that Kenya, we are going on well. Now the question has been asked, but no one is responding towards them. One of the questions is being asked is, what do you think, or if the question that is being asked so much is all about the company, about the police. they respond. What, after knowing about this was happening, so what did you do? Why did you give us such information as an officer? So such like when questions have not get answers, the officers who responded to those questions, they are not even nowhere to be seen. So everyone is trying to run away from this tragedy. Every police is trying to run away from this tragedy so that he cannot be found in this tragedy. While you see it, it's gonna take some people's lives, or you're gonna take some people's job, so that at least the end of the day, we can have a good alignment of it. So I want to hear from your opinions too. I want to hear your views too, because your views matters too. Hey, I want to listen to you, because every Kenyan has his own side to say something. So I would like to listen to every Kenyan at every minute and at every given point, so that we can move on swiftly and have a lot more that is going on. I hear and hear many things that are being happening on over every other issues and every other matters that are being raised on. I want to welcome you. Want you feel being part and parcel of this, as even you're moving swiftly and having the conversation tonight. We still have the conversation about the finance bill. This one is the one that is stooping up today, and also the riots today in Nairobi. There have been so much because of the death of Ojwang, and we will be seeing more details also to other corners. Also, today's Kindiki speaks and speaks. Kindiki speaks and giving his voice too. We'll be listening to Kindiki also. Let me bring up the Kindiki video. Kindiki has spoken today, and this is what Kindiki said. Kindiki said, Namnandi. This is what Kindiki, our deputy president, Mr. Kindiki. This is what Kindiki said.
Criminal or collective responsibility for the people involved in the killing of Albert Ojwang. Kindiki, who led Kenya Kwanza leaders in Kitui for what they term empowerment program, said the government does not condone extrajudicial killings or any matter of criminality.
Tunalaani ile kitendo ambayo ilifanyika ya afisa moja ama afisa wawili kuangamisha maisha ya yule kijana.
Mtu yoyote ambaye aliumiza ule mtoto ambaye amekufa katika seli ya polisi lazima achukuliwe hatua ya sheria, ndio tuwe na taifa nzuri. Kwa mambo ya crime, kwa mambo ya hatia, mwenye aliumiza huyo mtoto ako na individual criminal responsibility. Kama kuna mtu alimtuma ama kuna mtu alimwamuru, ako na command responsibility.
All right, and with that story,
this is what's going on. This is the response from our deputy president from Kindiki, Mr. Kindiki himself. And I'd like to hear from you. I'd like to listen from you. Please tell me, what do you think is going on with our nation? What do you think is going on with our nation? Or what do you think is happening to our nation? This is one of the serious matters that are happening right now. And I would like to hear from your opinions. And I'd like to hear from you, because you're checking out many more things that will be running out, and other things that will be running in, and many more that will be showing up and coming up across all over. So I would like to hear from you as we are even having the conversation, and even as we are checking out other talks all over around towards our nation. This is how the story of the finance bill has been, and there's a lot more going on. But before we go to the story of finance bill, let me close up the highlights with this one. This one is the story of we're having a condolences for the people who died on the plane accident. We say may their souls rest in peace. This happens first, but let us check it out.
Zaidi ya watu 200 walifariki katika ajali ya ndege ya shirika la India iliyokuwa inatoka mjini Ahmedabad nchini humo kuelekea jijini London, Uingereza. Mtu mmoja raia wa Uingereza aliyenusurika ajali hiyo. Picha za mtu huyo Vishwash Kumar Ramesh zilisambaa mtandaoni huku akionekana kushindwa kutembea kutokana na majeraha aliyopata. Aidha, ndege hiyo aina ya Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner iliondoka kutoka mjini Ahmedabad muda mfupi baada ya saa 7 mchana na kuanguka dakika chache baadaye na kisha kushika moto. Ramesh akiwaeleza wanahabari kwamba alikuwa anasafiri na ndugu yake ambaye alikuwa ameketi mbali naye. Ripoti zaidi zinasema kwamba kuna watu kadhaa waliopata majeraha kwenye ajali hiyo na wanaendelea kupokea matibabu hospitalini. Miongoni mwao walikuwa katika ndege hiyo ni zaidi ya raia 169 kutoka India na 53 kutoka Uingereza.
This is what has happened on the accident, and it's so sad. And we send our condolences to those who have lost their families. Indeed, it is so sad. I would like to hear from you. What's your opinion, and what do you speak over everything that is coming up and everything that is leaning on its way? So I would like to hear from other people also as we are moving on before bring up the sort of finance bill. I see Lala is back. Lala, hey, Lala, how are you?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm well, Shadiza. How are you?
I'm fine too.
Okay. Okay.
I was worried that I lost you.
Yeah, I think I'm okay now.
Okay.
Still some echo. I don't know whether can you hear the echo? Give me 2 minutes to correct it and then I come back, okay?
Okay, as Lala fixed the audio, I would like to hear from you opinions too. What do you say about the story of Hey Okujuang? This story is getting hot, and many things are getting hotter and hottest as even the matter still continues. Because what? Mambo imechemuka. That's what somebody says in Kiswahili. Mambo imechemuka. Hey. Mambo imechemuka. Mambo imechemuka. One artist sings the same, Mambo imechemuka. So today, Mambo imechemuka. As you're waiting for Lala, let us check out this.
Hello there. Thank you for choosing Citizen TV on this 12th day of June 2025. It is the budget night as we go through the work that has been done by the National Treasury as well as Parliament so far with a reading of the budget that is up to 4.29 trillion shillings that was presented by the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary CS John Mbadi. Talking about that budget, the government is hoping to collect revenues of up to 3.3 trillion shillings. We'll be talking about the details of what that looks like, including how much will come from the taxes, how much will come from the government services, and that you are offered the fees and levies in regards to that. But as you talk about that, there is a deficit of 923 billion shillings. This is money that the government will have to get through borrowing, both domestic and the external sources. That's what we'll be talking about later on in a conversation with panelists here in studio. We'll be speaking to Dr. Abraham Rugo, who's an executive director at Budgeti Hub. We'll also be speaking to Bill Okero, who's a political economist and a former senator of Mandela County. We'll also be speaking to Sandeep Main, who is an associate director at the KPMG and also a tax partner there. They'll be helping us understand what exactly has happened today and what we should be thinking, especially as we move towards the financial year 2025-2026. But first, here are the top stories tonight. Day of running battles, vehicles banned, shops looted as demonstrators engage police in street protest over Ojwang's murder.
There are also two civilians who are involved in a different way that we need to also investigate.
Policeman arrested, 2 more cops and 2 civilians wanted over Albert Ojwang's murder as hospital reveals he was brought in dead.
Persistent and challenging issues facing the country.
Winners and losers, importers of wheat and rice to enjoy reduced duty, while consumers of hard liquor to pay less for their favorite drink. Kenya's highest budget, education gets the lion's share as Treasury CS John Mbadi presents a 4.29 trillion shilling budget. Good evening. Our sign language interpreter is Njoki Shege, and NewsGag takes a break tonight to pave way for that important.
This is what's going on in our nation, and this is what's cooking. Meona, those are just the highlights of what is cooking and what's been going on today. Today I've been Nairobi CBD, and that was the game today. Ilikuwa ile mbio ya Kimbi used to say dogina panya, running up and down, because we are looking for justice for Ojwang, and justice must be found. Young men came out in bigger numbers, and tomorrow they're still going up in bigger numbers. And we hope to get more information from the field. I was in the field today, and I tried to make sure that you get the updates from the field, and we were there. So that's why even today we begin a little bit late, but we are still moving on swiftly. Okay, Lala will welcome you now. I hope you're now okay.
I think I can hear you. For all your information, I'm not Jamaican. I'm not in Jamaica. I just happened to put on a Jamaican shirt, but I have a Kenyan flag here, Bangili. So I'm Kenyan, fully Kenyan. So I'm just want to make that known to everyone. It's good to see you, Tadizo, and all of you in the background, and Wakenya wenzangu. I'm Jambo. I think I will have to listen a little bit, but based on just the brief information that we are receiving here from in the diaspora, from back home, from where you are, Tadizo, I think you will help me a little bit. I haven't listened to the budget itself to really make a comment, but I think I'll spend some time to read and really try to understand the whole budget. What I think I'm hearing, I don't want to make any comment, but let me make my comment primarily on Ojwang's side. My cue, remember, Ojwang and Mbadi come from the same place, same county, that is. So the two, the same region is creating all kinds of emotions depending on where one is coming from. I think let me go with the Ojwang first, because I think that's a critical one in my mind. I'm not saying that the budget is not critical, but I think Ojwang captures the the emotions of the nation. And there is no one who spoke better. He didn't speak much about it, but as one senator called, I think from Kisi, called Omugeni, Senator Omugeni, I think anyone, I think it's kind of been treading a little bit more, because it captures the emotion, the raw emotion, the feeling, the intellectual understanding of the situation, and where the country is. I think his voice speaks it all. It summarizes everything that is going on in the country, and I think he addresses the minister of all the Secretary for Interior, or Morcom. I think he's directing it there, and under is the police. You know, why have you done this? And they captures the essence. This is a young man who was the only child of his father, and he brings his own life. He says, "I have children," and he calls, I think he calls Murkomen. Murkomen, you have children. Murkomen, we are colleagues. Murkomen, we all have, families. Why are you heartless? Police kill this young man. So I think, to me, that message is not much, because there's a lot that is being shared. But to me, it kind of crystallizes the raw emotions and where the country is, the anxiety. And I think it speaks to all of us in a very powerful way, so that we can understand what is really going on. I think it also helps us as a nation to see the urgency of the matter, because it speaks to all of us who know exactly what has been going on in Kenya, or where we have come from, and some things that have been endemic that kept on resurfacing. One of them is the police brutality. Anyone can testify to the way the police, what we inherited from the colonial time, the way it has treated us. I think if we are honest as Kenyans, the police has always seen those who are the public as less important. So they can be treated anyhow. In fact, in the given police station over the years, they're known by their cruelty. So when you hear the word interrogation, okay, into a Kenyan mind, interrogation means you're beaten, you're coerced, and all. That's what the word means to any young, unless things have changed. But in other words, the police is important institution, but it sends chill to a normal, Kenyan. And I can also narrate Umugeni's story, but we just give the historical context. When I was younger, my cousin and I, both of them, two of my cousins, they're gone. One of my cousin had done his CPE. Those are what we used to do to go to high school. And he was admitted to Kamisi High School. I think now it's Mombasa Technical. I know the Kamisi is still there, Kamisi High School. And the other one was admitted at Nakuru High. And me, I was admitted in Maseno. So during the holidays, we all were excited. So we went to Mombasa Public Beach. The three of us are excited. We have done well the holidays. We are going to swim. And, when you go, if you go on to Nyali Beach, long time ago, I mean, now I don't know how things are. There were a lot of Wazungus, there tourists, and we were there sitting on, in the beach, all of a sudden, this policeman started beating us. And in fact, they beat me mercilessly. They whipped me in the back. And remember, you don't have your trunk in the costumes, and just beaten. And the others, my cousins, were able to run a little faster. But for me, I couldn't run as quickly. So I was swollen all over in my back. And it was because they perceived that we are thieves. We want to steal, we're stealing from the Wazungus there. Yet we were just in the public beach, and that was in my mind, that what I think of a Kenyan police. So when they changed and became a police service, I thought matters would change, because that terror that I lived with was still there. Then my own young brother, in fact, who introduced me to this channel, okay? I don't know whether it's listening. He's a minister like me. He lives in Brazil, okay? He's a minister there. My young brother had just come from school, okay? Passing in Homer Bay there. And the police, there was some kind of commotion there. My young brother was locked up, okay? Was arrested just because he was passing through, coming from school, and locked up, and actually was very ill in the custody. And remember, this was the exam. We are supposed to do their finals from 4, and he ended up not doing very well because of the way they treated him. And then, interesting enough, very recent, my brother in Kwale actually was stopped by the police and rounded, and he calls me here where I am, and I tell him, you know what, you've done nothing, you've gone to the store and you've been arrested, so just tell them, go to court. He said they want little money, for me to let me go. I told him, no, you cannot give because of where I'm coming from. The bribe should never be there. I refused my brother. I didn't give him any money. And did you know my brother went to jail, to prison, for doing nothing? Okay, he went to prison because he was listening to me. Instead of giving him maybe 500 to come, to be released, I told him, no, we cannot do that. We cannot bribe the police. Okay. Thank God he was able to do a good job in the prison. While he was there, he preached to people. A lot of people came to the life of the Lord. I even called important people to intervene for him, but he finished. I don't know whether he's got that against me that I never got him out, because I refused to give a bribe to the police. So look at that trend, okay? And I think if every Kenyan will give that kind of information, the little money they have given, the roadside, you see them collecting money, everywhere. But that is not just the police, but it's also a system that supports that. Okay. So many of us, our idea of a police is you pay to get justice, or you pay to get the help you need. That's the thinking. I'm not saying they are not good police officers. They are wonderful ones. So now let's bring us to where we are right now. Here is a young man, and all of us come from a county somewhere all over the nation, okay? And most Kenyans, all Kenyans have a rural home. Even if you live in Nairobi, you have a rural home, okay? So here is a young man whom from every account does not live in Nairobi, okay? So when a man talks of is brought to Nairobi, I don't understand. This young man, I think, lives in the coast, okay? As a teacher there, okay? And his home is in Homer Bay and Migori, Homer Bay. So he's at home, okay? So these people drive there to pick him, okay, and bring him to Nairobi For what? For justice. Justice. Listen to this, Chadizo and all Kenyans. Most countries have what they call jury trial. Jury trial was stopped in this. We don't have it in Kenya, but jury trial is to provide fairness. In other words, the jury selected to listen to the case, and the jury selected come from your peers, those who are around you, who knows you, who understand the area, the region, and the place around you, so that they will have no bias. Okay. In other words, the justice is best found within the context in the place where you are. Okay. Here's a young man who is abducted. I don't think he was arrested. It's abducted when you think about it, because his right was not read to him. He didn't know why he was with just some vague information. In my mind, knowing what justice, I'm not a lawyer, but he's abducted, okay? Because his father, they lied to his father, okay? He's abducted from home, okay? And being taken to a place in Nairobi, he's never lived in Nairobi, okay? So when you think about jury, trial, you're taking somebody where nobody knows him, he's never lived there, so therefore there is no justice there, okay? How can you get justice in a place nobody knows you? Hata kiafrika yenyewe, kama sisi kama Waafrika, okay? Chadizo, kuna mahala ambapo ukienda watu hataki kujua jina lako, okay? Wanataka kujua umetoka wapi, huyu kijana umetoka wapi. Ukimwambia nimetoka Bungoma, alafu watakuuliza hapo kwa nani huko. In other words, you are seen in the context of where you come from. That's how people believe you. In fact, even in marriage, when you go to marry, they want to know where you come from. You can't just appear and ambia nataka bibi, where you come, nobody knows. They want to know where you come from. But here's a young man abducted from his own environment, where he's known, is used to, people can testify who he is, to a place where people are advantaged, is Langat and his people, okay? Because here, who's going to defend you? You don't have the money to hire anybody in the city lawyer. Where's justice when you think about it? Bringing you to, in fact, that is to most, I would call it an injustice of the highest order. So lawyers can challenge me, but theologically or culturally, I don't see any justice there, even to pick somebody from their home. What could have been done is where he come from, to give them justice there. If you're going to jail, let him go to jail, okay? He's done something wrong. But you don't take somebody to orient him. And we know how they abduct people. This is a case where probably they were a little better, because they came and they did not blindfold him, they did not snatch him, okay? The father, they lied to him, he gave them his son and followed, okay? And this man is brought to Nairobi. And I had, I think it is being the Kanja, whoever the IG talked to, we gave him a phone to call his wife. Any of us who has watched a movie or who know how tortured, people are tortured and abducted, or how ransoms are given, it is always under duress that you are told to say things that you don't believe in, but you're saying it. Because this man had been with the police, had been tortured for a long, long time, okay? And now he could say anything. He could say anything, okay? So he would say, I'm okay, I'm fine. Or say you are this, I'm this. Say I'm happy, I'm happy. Say I'm good, I'm good. Because look at those many hours. Then they tell us that's the evidence that he was okay, talk to his wife. No, we can't believe that. Nobody can believe that, okay? because we don't know the kind of mental status he was in. And from every practical purposes, this man had been severely abused. As a preacher, as a pastor, as somebody who studied the Bible and theology, okay, I can only equate this to the trial of Christ. Remember, he was arrested in the garden, okay? And you see, between the garden to the cross, Golgotha, to Calvary, he went through a series of torture and trial, beatings. And by the time he was going to that hill, he was, already the body, the emotionally, in every sense, they have humiliated him. They've done everything anybody can do to a man. When that autopsy was read, and the kind of language that was used, the idea, that what this young man had gone through, you cannot fathom the horror that this young man went through. So, in my mind, let me say this. These people who did this to this young man are not just criminal, but they are demonic. They are evil. They are demonic because you don't even do that to an animal. You better take a gun and shoot him, okay? He die quickly. But what this man went through, this young man, okay, is a trauma of the highest order. So I just compared it to the cross, okay? That's exactly my understanding, what this man, this young man, this young age of my son, okay, went through. Okay? And so to even imagine that Langat and all these people are still in their job beats me, including the IG. They are talking and defending something that you cannot defend. The best they could have done was to step down voluntarily and say, you know what, the leader, the president should have actually come and acted, and we need people to look into this. But it's like nothing is being done. We expect the same people who are indicted in the mind of Kenyan to do the investigation. IPOA is toothless. There's not much they can do. And so to me, Senator Mugeni captures my emotions, my thoughts, with that message he gave to Kenyans and to all of us in the diaspora. We are, first of all, we just want to pass our condolences to the family of Ojwang. The dad, the mother, the young wife, the baby, the community, the relatives, the community of Homa Bay people and the Kenya. Our heart goes out to you. This should not happen. But since the story here is about Ojwang, we believe that this is something that can be a teachable moment, a turning around, a change of a nation. That just like the cross, Christ on the cross, Ojwang can be to Kenya, the beginning of an era, a change. Because even when I hear the debates going on in Parliament and you people trying to make political points, and it looks silly, it looks stupid, it looks dumb. Okay, let the nation come to grip with the spirit of the moment, what is going on right now. And go, all of you, listen to Mugeni. I think he summarized it all. Murkomen. And you could hear his raw emotion, raw feelings. And to me, that caught my attention. So, Tudizo, those are my sentiments regarding the where we are, the painful agony that this family is gonna go through. I got no words. Thank you.
Thank you, Lala, for that submission. Indeed, it's great. I really appreciate it. Please let us join up as we are checking about the finance bill. This is what is going through the finance bill. I'll play the couple of videos, so let us be careful and let us check it out clearly. Also, Lala wanted to know more about finance bill. Hii ndio iko ndani ya finance bill.
And now to the budget 2025-2026 coverage. Importers of food products such as rice and wheat are the biggest beneficiaries from the budget read by the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, John Mbadi. And for the first in many years, consumers of hard drink will pay less for their drink. Stephen Leto with the winners and losers from the budget.
Alcohol consumers are apparently the biggest winners in this year's budget, with the manufacture of spirituous beverages set to go down by half.
The bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to provide an excise duty rate of 500 shillings per litre for undenatured extra neutral alcohol above 90% strength supplied to licensed spirituous beverage manufacturers.
Homeowners are also said to benefit with the reduction on interest on mortgage extended to interest on mortgage for homeowners. The construction sector has also joined the list of winners in Mbadi's budget. Excise duty and billets and wire rods reduced to support users of steel in the construction industry. It is also good news for the leather manufacturers, with Treasury granting remissions of duty for chemicals used as inputs in tanneries to support local processing of leather. Participants in cryptocurrency, as withholding rate on digital asset tax has been reduced from 3% to 1.5% to encourage more participation. Business startups will also gain, with corporate tax reduced to 15% for 15 years and 20% for the subsequent 4 years. Plastic importers are some of the big losers in the budget. Excise duty have been increased to 25% or 200 shillings per kilogram.
Imported plastic products, including plates, self-adhesive plastics, and printed polymers, will be subjected to excise duty at 25% of the excise value or 200 per kilogram, whichever is higher.
Digital app providers have also been dealt a blow, with excise duty now expanded to foreigners to bring them into the national tax bracket.
The bill proposes to amend the Excise Duty Act to bring non-resident persons without a physical presence in Kenya into the tax net when they supply accessible services through these mediums.
Stephen Leto, Citizen TV.
And share of the proposed 2025-2026 national budget, claiming 28% of the national government allocation. The Teacher Service Commission, TSC, leads with a staggering allocation of 387.2 billion shillings. However, the allocation of 5.9 billion shillings for administering national examinations and 3 billion shillings for the school feeding program has sparked controversy. Parents are now questioning whether they will still be expected to dig deeper into their pockets. Melita Oletenges reports.
Education is the biggest winner in this year's budget, receiving 702.7 billion shillings. The Teacher Service Commission takes the biggest chunk at 387.2 billion. Free primary education is set to receive 7 billion, while secondary schools will get 51.9 billion shillings. 3 billion has been set aside for the school's feeding program, while national examinations has been allocated 5.9 billion shillings. with the Higher Education's Loans Board HELB getting 41.5 billion. The Research and Science Department has been allocated 993 million shillings.
To enhance infrastructure development and provide a safe learning environment in our schools, I have proposed an allocation of 1.7 billion for primary and secondary schools infrastructure and 1.4 billion for construction and equipping of technical training institutes and vocational training centers. In addition, I have proposed 13.3 billion for the Kenya Primary Education Equity in Learning Program.
Out of the 387.2 billion allocated to TSC, primary school teachers will receive 202.2 billion. Secondary school teachers will get 172.6 billion. Technical training instructors 2 billion, and an additional 7.2 billion will go toward hiring intern teachers.
41.5 billion to the Higher Education Loans Board for provision of loans to university and TVET students, and this has increased from 35 billion to 41.5 billion for health. Another 16.9 billion for scholarship for university students and 7.7 billion capitation and scholarship for TVET students.
While presenting the estimates to Parliament, Finance Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi emphasized the government's commitment to quality education, but concerns remain about the sustainability of free education funding. Education Cabinet Secretary Migos Ogamba recently came under fire after hinting that parents may be required to make additional contributions, raising alarm among already burdened households. In addition to KCSE, other key assessments potentially affected by the financial crisis include the Kenya Primary School Education Assessment, KEPSEA, and the Junior Secondary School JSS exams. Melita Olutenges, Citizen TV.
And to other allocations in the different sectors, the national security, health and agriculture dockets have been allocated approximately ₹500 billion shillings in this year's financial year budget. National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi attributing the designated funds that directly impact both the economy and lifestyle of ordinary citizens. Seth Olale has more.
253.8 billion shillings in the 2025-2026 budget has been allocated to national security. Cabinet Secretary for Treasury John Mbadi stating that the funds are crucial in combating crime, including terrorism and drug trafficking. In a bid to secure a healthy nation for its citizens, 138.1 billion shillings has been allocated to Afya House to support various activities and programs. This includes 6.2 billion for universal health coverage coordination and management, 13.1 billion for primary healthcare fund, and 430 million to provide medical cover for the orphans, elderly, and severe disabled persons in the society. 17.3 billion for the Global Fund and 4.6 billion for vaccines and immunization program, respectively. 100 million to strengthen cancer management at Kenyatta National Hospital.
To improve health service delivery, I have also proposed a sum of 42.4 billion for our referral hospitals, including Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, Mwai Kibaki Teaching and Referral Hospital in Othaya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu, and Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital.
In boosting agriculture and food security in the country, 82.8 billion shillings has been allocated by Treasury, with 8 billion for the fertilizer subsidy program, 10.2 billion for the National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project, 800 million for small-scale irrigation and value addition project, 1.2 billion for food security and crop diversification project. Treasury CS John Mbadi attributing the designated funds to critical services emanating from the three key sectors that directly impact both the economy and lifestyle of the ordinary citizen. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
All right, and inform you that Bill Okero is in the building. But first, the government plans to borrow an extra 923 billion shillings in the next financial year, starting July the 1st, to plug the deficit from the 4.29 trillion shilling budget, and as debt burden continues to persist. And as Emmanuel Tona reports, Treasury CS John Mbadi has called for strict financial discipline in order to reduce appetite for public debt.
The public debt, which has steadily increased for over a decade now, is set to increase further in the next financial year. The government announcing plans to borrow 923.2 billion shillings to finance the ambitious 4.29 trillion shilling budget, with the amount increasing from the previous estimate of 876 billion shillings in the initial Treasury estimates. The amount will comprise a 287 billion shilling loan from external lenders and another 635 billion shilling facility from the local market. This comes as the soaring public debt reached another high, with CBK figures showing the total public debt stock as of March 2025 at 11.3 trillion shillings. Of this, 6.1 trillion shilling is domestically borrowed, and the balance of 5.2 trillion shillings constituting the foreign debt.
The government will explore emerging funding instruments such as debt swaps, diaspora bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, and an environmental, social, and governance debt instrument to fund budget deficit and manage public debt.
The government intends to spend at least 1.1 trillion shillings on interest on debt alone. Of these, 851 billion shillings will go to finance interest on domestic debt and 246.3 billion shillings for the external debt interest. This is excluding the repayments on the principal amount or redemptions in the same period.
Debt is a big problem for us, and that is the reason why, if you've seen the fiscal deficit which we are working with, we are moving from a fiscal deficit of 8% during the former regime to 4.74% in this financial year that we are starting. That's a very big improvement.
The young boys that we are seeing in the street, their children and their grandchildren already owe more than 100,000 to the foreigners out there. So we need to stop. We need to start living within our means.
Whenever the government is out there in the market borrowing massively, what happens is that interest rates go up because they are creating demand for loans. Good morning, Mr. Deputy. How are you?
The new realities come as the Kenya Kwanza government under President William Ruto borrowed a whopping 2.6 trillion shillings as of March this year in the close to 3 years it has been in power. This has taken the debt stock to a new record. Meanwhile, the government is currently conducting a comprehensive audit of its public debt initiated by the National Treasury and overseen by the Auditor General in order to differentiate the true debt from the odious one. Emmanuel Toh, Citizen TV, Parliament, Nairobi.
All right, and with that, welcome back to watching tonight on the special coverage of the budget 2025-2026. Kenya's National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has outlined an ambitious plan to finance the 4.29 trillion shilling budget for the financial year 2025-2026. Part of that includes a deficit of over 923 billion shillings, which will largely be financed through domestic borrowing. A third of the local revenues are expected to come from income taxes on salaries and business profits. Our reporter Dennis Otieno gives us the breakdown.
Treasury CS John Mbadi ruled out the introduction of new taxes, opting instead to widen the tax base and improve compliance to raise 2.75 trillion shillings in ordinary revenue.
Mr. Speaker, in this respect,
CS Mbadi planning to raise this through 1.2 trillion shillings from income tax, meaning tax on salaries and business profits. In addition, the government expects to raise 560 billion shillings through appropriations in aid, revenues collected directly by ministries and government agencies as fees and levies on services. The National Treasury projects to receive grants of up to 47 billion shillings from development partners. Put together, the government now projects a total revenue collection of 3.35 trillion shillings, falling short of the 4.29 trillion shillings budget target, creating a fiscal deficit of 923 billion shillings.
We are also conscious of the fiscal constraints that demand our collective attention and thoughtful action. 1. Rising demands for increased public spending, which could lead to either higher debt or the need to raise taxes, both of which require careful consideration and balanced decision-making given current public concerns.
To plug the gap, Mbadi plans to borrow 635 billion shillings locally and 287 billion shillings externally, all this while keeping public debt within sustainable limits. The Treasury is betting big on domestic resource mobilization through tax reforms, reduced tax exemptions, and automation of revenue collection. The Treasury is also scaling up public-private partnerships targeting 70 billion shillings from the private sector to fund infrastructure projects across energy, water, and transport. The National Treasury has this year shifted attention from direct taxes, choosing instead to reduce claimable VAT refunds by pushing several goods from zero-rated to VAT-exempt status.
We are proposing that we move most of the commodities from zero rating to exempt. However, I was very conservative. I left out many commodities, like bread, like milk. I did not move them from zero rating. Why? Simply because of politics. If I did that, you'd be killing me here, even if you are not benefiting from it. So wacha niwache, muendelee kuenjoy.
Mbadi says these measures are essential not just for this year's budget, but to secure Kenya's long-term fiscal stability. Dennis Otieno, Citizen TV.
Welcome back to watching tonight on the special coverage of the budget 2025-2026. Kenya's National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi has outlined an ambitious plan to finance the 4.29 trillion shilling budget for the financial year 2025-2026. Part of that includes a deficit of over 923 billion shillings, which will largely be financed through domestic borrowing. A third of the local revenues are expected to come from income taxes on salaries and business profits. Our reporter Dennis Otieno gives us the breakdown.
Treasury CS John Mbadi ruled out the introduction of new taxes, opting instead to widen the tax base and improve compliance to raise 2.75 trillion shillings in ordinary revenue.
Mr. Speaker, in this respect,
CS Mbadi planning to raise this through 1.2 trillion shillings from income tax, meaning tax on salaries and business profits. In addition, the government expects to raise 560 billion shillings through appropriations in aid, revenues collected directly by ministries and government agencies as fees and levies on services. The National Treasury projects to receive grants of up to 47 billion shillings from development partners. Put together, the government now projects a total revenue collection of 3.35 trillion shillings, falling short of the 4.29 trillion shillings budget target, creating a fiscal deficit of 923 billion shillings.
We are also conscious of the fiscal constraints that demand our collective attention and thoughtful action. 1. Rising demands for increased public spending, which could lead to either higher debt or the need to raise taxes, both of which require careful consideration and balanced decision-making given current public concerns.
To plug the gap, Mbadi plans to borrow 635 billion shillings locally and 287 billion shillings externally, all this while keeping public debt within sustainable limits. The Treasury is betting big on domestic resource mobilization through tax reforms, reduced tax exemptions, and automation of revenue collection. The Treasury is also scaling up public-private partnerships targeting 70 billion shillings from the private sector to fund infrastructure projects across energy, water, and transport. The National Treasury has this year shifted attention from direct taxes, choosing instead to reduce claimable VAT refunds by pushing several goods from zero-rated to VAT-exempt status.
We are proposing that we move most of the commodities from zero rating to exempt. However, I was very conservative. I left out many commodities, like bread, like milk. I did not move them from zero rating. Why? Simply because of politics. If I did that, you'd be killing me here, even if you are not benefiting from it. So wacha niwache, muendelee kuenjoy.
Mbadi says these measures are essential not just for this year's budget, but to secure Kenya's long-term fiscal stability. Dennis Otieno, Citizen TV.
Nairobi.
Indeed, a remarkable day when the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury arrived at Parliament 2 times. Now, Kenyans have greeted the 2025-2026 fiscal plans of the government with mixed reactions. Some have taken the view that it makes no difference one way or another to their everyday lives, while others want the monies allocated to education and health services increased. The size of the budget has attracted some criticism, with Kenyans calling on the government to cut down on recurrent expenditure and reduce borrowing. Citizens across the country have called on President Ruto's administration to stem the loss of revenue to corruption.
Simply, wananchi wa kawaida hana shughuli na budget. Wacha walani serikali yao penye wanataka kulani mpaka siku yao ya mwisho ifike, tujue tushafukane tena. Tumekufa moyo sisi
kama ukulima na Diego, ukulima inachikilia hii nchi. Hakuna kitu imefanyika hapo, sababu ukiangalia sana pesa mingi wamepeleka kwa upande wa security na upande wa State House.
Tutumie resources zetu kuendeleza nchi yetu, tusitegemee kuomba.
4.2 trillion ni kiasi mingi cha pesa. Tena sasa hiyo inamaanisha tena tunarudi kumuumiza mwananchi kwa madeni tena.
Expectation ya kwamba pesa isirculate kuja kwa common mwananchi, kwa sababu so many times tunasikia ya kwamba GDP ya Kenya imegrow by 5%, 6%, lakini hapa kwa ground tunaumia sana.
Halafu kitu cha pili, mambo ya hospitali, kitu hicho ambacho kinaitwa SHA, bado mpaka sasa hivi hatujaona impact ya hiyo nini.
Wafunge mambo ya corruption, sababu mara mingi budget inasomwa, inaposomwa mnasikia juu ya hewa ni 4.2 trillion, lakini hiyo pesa inaingia kwa upande wa corruption.
Ulisema unaenda kuhudumia wamama, uhudumie mama ambaye ako chini ainuke. Sasa imekuwa mama ndiye analipa mshahara kwa wafanyikazi wenye wanafanya kwa serikali yako.
Sina habari kuwa bajeti imesomwa, kwa sababu hata bajeti ikisomwa mimi haiwezi nisaidia kama kijana, kwa sababu mimi kama kijana lazima mimi niamke chini niende nitembee ili nipate chakula ya kukula kesho.
Wakenya wengi saizi wanalala njaa, hawana chakula, vijana wanakosa kazi kwa sababu wanasema pia ushuru iko juu, kampuni zinafunga kazi, wanatorokea nchi za jirani.
What is on the ground is not what they have addressed. Na mitihani hatujui itafanyika vipi ya watoto wetu. Hizi pesa serikali inaweka kwa mambo ambayo hayajulikani ni mbele wala ni nyuma, ni ya kusikitisha sana, kwa sababu accountability, Hustler Fund kwa account for Hustler Fund, sasa hivi zile pesa zile kwa muhula uliopita hajulikani zimeenda wapi.
Nashindwa bunge ya leo ambao wanatengeneza budget wanataka watu wasisome, ndio watu wakue majambasi, ndio watu wakue wahalifu, ndio waishie katika majela.
Kuna mpango kwa hii budget kuhakikisha wenye biashara hawatasukumwa sana na mambo ya taksi, na hata mwananchi wa kawaida hata kuwa na ule uzito.
Na sasa tu kama mimi mwana transport officer naweza tu kuongelea kwa upande wa mafuta. Angalie, kwa sababu mafuta ndio kiini na kigogo cha kila kitu tunaongelea hapa.
Upande wa afya na upande wa hali ya usalama pia wanafaa kuongezea pesa zingine pia, ili hao watu wetu wasidhubutu kutusumbua mahali tupo.
And now to other allocations in the different sectors. The National Security, Health and Agriculture dockets have been allocated approximately $500 billion in this year's financial year budget. National Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi attributing the designated funds to critical services emanating from the 3 key sectors that directly impact both the economy and lifestyle of ordinary citizens. Seth Olale has more.
253.8 billion shillings in the 2025-2026 budget has been allocated to national security. Cabinet Secretary for Treasury John Mbadi stating that the funds are crucial in combating crime, including terrorism and drug trafficking. In a bid to secure a healthy nation for its citizens, 138.1 billion shillings has been allocated to Afya House to support various activities and programs. This includes 6.2 billion for universal health coverage coordination and management, 13.1 billion for primary healthcare fund, and 430 million to provide medical cover for the orphans, elderly, and severe disabled persons in the society. 17.3 billion for the Global Fund and 4.6 billion for vaccines and immunization program, respectively. 100 million to strengthen cancer management at Kenyatta National Hospital.
To improve health service delivery, I have also proposed a sum of 42.4 billion for our referral hospitals, including Kenyatta National Hospital, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital, Mwai Kibaki Teaching and Referral Hospital in Othaya, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu, and Mathare National Teaching and Referral Hospital.
In boosting agriculture and food security in the country, 82.8 billion shillings has been allocated by Treasury, with 8 billion for the fertilizer subsidy program, 10.2 billion for the National Agriculture Value Chain Development Project, 800 million for small-scale irrigation and value addition project, 1.2 billion for food security and crop diversification project. Treasury CS John Mbadi attributing the designated funds to critical services emanating from the three key sectors that directly impact both the economy and lifestyle of the ordinary citizen. Seth Olale, Citizen TV.
All right, thank you for staying with us. That's the end of the news update, but we are having a conversation with our experts here in studio. I told you that Bill Okero would be coming. Here he is. And we had started to talk about the impression that you make of the budget 2025-2026. Your colleagues are saying that, yes, lean in terms of the finance bill, but also the zero-based budgeting is not visible. But what do you think Kenyans should be concerning themselves with this night?
Thank you very much, Sam. I think the impression that everyone gets is that the government is not addressing the elephant in the room, which has always been the huge public expenditure, which keeps on increasing. If last year the government, expenditure was about 3.9 trillion, now it's 4.2, almost 4.3 trillion. I mean, we keep on increasing.
Right.
And I think that should be a concern, especially when the same government says we have serious challenges, both in terms of our debt and in terms of our revenues. And Kenyans are also saying, look, these revenues or tax measures are having a huge impact on the cost of living. So one would have expected that, no, the government must rationalize, but we are not. And I think that's the thing that, the impression that you get is that the government is not quite concerned about really rationalizing its expenditure. But that having said, it's also, I think, wrong to suggest that because there are no new taxes, there will be no impact on the cost of living, on the lives of Kenyans.
Mm-hmm.
It will. I mean, any budget, even doing nothing, no new taxes, but even simply on those administrative tax measures alone, like the one the minister was just saying about moving some of the products from zero base rate to exempt and so forth, and many of the other procedures that administrative procedures that they have affecting would have an impact. And anything which has an impact on business,
right,
would also have an impact on you, on me, on the lives of the Kenyans. And having said that, I think another issue of also concern is the way that revenue is being allocated to various ministries.
Mm-hmm.
One would say, yes, Kenya has always placed a premium on education. And so we have always put a significant amount of our, 28-30% of our money in education. And this is why we have a huge skilled manpower and all that. This is appreciated. But when you look at the second largest, security, 465 billion, that's more than 10%. And I think when you look at neighboring countries like Rwanda or Tanzania, all of them below 6%, you would say this is why do you want to we're at war?
Mm-hmm.
What would somebody who is outside this country think? That we are spending nearly 11% of our resources on security? That means, is this a lawless country? And yet outside we have always given an impression that Kenya is an island of peace. If we are indeed an island of peace, why we needed to spend 465 billion, the second largest expenditure, more than the money you've given to roads?
Yeah.
More than the money plus roads, plus agriculture, plus health combined. Critical ministries. More than that is what you've given.
More than what the counties will be receiving as the equitable share of revenue. But when you look at those two sectors, education and security, you're talking about 1.1 going to 1.2 trillion shillings. And so the question is it that the government doesn't see this, or what is the overall plan?
Education truly is the cost. So that's huge. In fact, it's not even enough for them.
Yeah.
We need teachers in schools. We are a growing population. Every year, so many more children in schools and so forth. So education, I would say yes, there's need to continuously expand the allocations to meet the needs of the growing population. But security, I think quite often it has been a conduit for corruption also. And when you look at some of the security, look at defense. It's nearly 210 billion goes to defense. Mm-hmm. But when you look at the way our army was, the way our military or defense forces used to be in the old days and today, you see that where is the money going? They don't look, so you would say that yes, the money is being allocated to security, but if you go to the police, they're still in the old dilapidated buildings of the 1960s. You go to the prisons, it's in a worse situation. And you wonder, where's all this money going? Because that security is one of the areas where the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, when he first came to office, he said, my office of the president, which oversees, is the most corrupt. He repeated that several times. So I think that ministry's allocation is not really because it's needed. And when you tell me it is zero-based budgeting, and then you are giving that kind of money, it really belies that argument.
And Dr. Rugo, so then when you look at, let's just drill deeper on the expenditure on security, because the defense, like he says, 213 billion shillings, and nearly 98% is going to recurrent expenditure. And actually, the National Assembly was actually increasing that amount. So what are we paying for exactly? Because not long ago, a few years ago, it went, the highest at that point was about 100 billion shillings. Now it has more than doubled. What are we paying for?
So there are a couple of things that are interesting to look at. One is that there has been a process of getting defense to be involved in a bit of enterprise. As you know, some time back, they were in charge of the Kenya Meat Commission and a couple of industries that they're supposed to be, basically managing. Secondly, there's of course been a recruitment and expansion of some of the services, the hospitals. You remember there's a time even they were saying they might open to the public. In other words, my sense is that there's quite a bit that is happening within the security that is almost, a quasi-public service mechanism of sorts. The challenge with that sector is that even when it comes to the audits, you don't have a lot of visibility of what exactly, because the numbers of our army have not necessarily grown significantly in terms of, as Bill is saying, really, it's not a time when we are, per se at war. So I think it's that puzzling, because again, you see even there's quite a lot of administration, as I've said, the expansion of the institutions that they are running, that they're in charge of, that should be engaging. But I think it's important to also say that when you think about development, you have. Yep. Do you just want to invest, for instance, in physical security, as it were, where basically then you put mechanisms of dealing with evil, and crime, as it were, which includes also even the police service, which is another 127 billion. Right. Then you include the National Intelligence Service, another almost 50 billion, and all that. Or whether you actually want to invest in things that basically would provide some social security of sorts, which basically have to do with the incomes. It's and when you see a lot of securitization, then you start asking yourself, is this an acknowledgement that there are certain areas, and as I'll be saying later, you'll see just how we are doing about the numbers for education, which are very worrying, as well. So for me, that's a concern. Okay. But yes, this has to be read within the context of what is the development path that you are taking, and why are you choosing, to go that development path, as it were.
Sandeep, when you look at some of this expenditure, it's majorly on what you said, non-productive sectors. So they're not necessarily directly growing the economy. But how then do you assess value for money on taxes collected?
Sam, I think for me, the sectors that were actually allocated the highest, we could call them so-called winners, like the education one, to some extent, health, transport, although the allocation is not that heavy. I think for example, the education sector is a critical sector. That is what's going to drive the future leaders of this country. So investing in that particular sector is important. I personally feel that 700B is nearly not enough in spite of that proposed co-pay that was there. Mm-hmm. So for me, I think the education sector is critical. That's why the taxpayers' money will go there, because that's developing the future leaders, future politicians, future thinkers of this economy. When I looked at the health sector, I was a bit disappointed with the allocation. I thought it should be far more than what it was given. But then again, if you remember, there was a statistic in media as well about SHA. So the social health apparently collects about 6p a month. So possibly that's what they took into consideration when making this allocation. So is it directly attributable? We might not see it, but definitely indirectly, I think it has a major impact on how we're going to be driving the economy of this country.
All right.
Let me just clarify.
Yes.
You see, the other reason why agriculture, health, water is because of the revolution. Most of these functions have
solved. Yes, correct.
So, and actually, part of the challenge we have had in the last 10, 15 years is the issue of duplication. You'll see this actually when you're on the ground, that, the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Water, particularly health, where almost 90% of the functions have actually been devolved. If it isn't for this UHC, there isn't much except policy that the ministry, and the referral hospitals. But so I think that also is one of the factors that they must have looked at, particularly in agriculture. That's why agriculture gets a small amount of money. They expect counties to also focus a bit on that.
Okay, we have more extensive conversation into this budget 2025-2026. Stay tuned for that. We're back in a moment. And now to the story of the man of the moment, that is Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, who had his inaugural budget and perhaps the most important day since he was appointed in August last year. Jimmy Mbogo traced the steps of the Cabinet Secretary and gives us an inside look at his journey on a day that the entire country was counting on him to deliver a plan that takes into account their fiscal needs.
Morning. How are you, my brother?
Good. How are you, sir?
Yes.
At the crack of dawn, in a chilly Nairobi suburb, the sleek convoy led by Subaru chase cars with flashing strobe lights emerged from the secure gates of the Cabinet Secretary's residence. Deliberate rhythm of a government motorcade carving a path through the largely empty roads. Sirens low and insistent as the convoy eased its way through the city's neighborhood in what would take barely 20 minutes, heading to their destination, the National Treasury. The CS walked out into his office and straight to work.
It's an important day for the country. Today is the day that we are reading the budget highlights and revenue-raising measures. It is a constitutional and actual legal requirement. Yeah. It's done in the entire East African community. All the ministers will be reading their budgets.
One meeting after the other, all seemed well and on track. But outside the National Treasury building, in the streets, the city was no longer still. Chants, loud bangs and clouds of tear gas rent the air as police engaged protesters in running battles, an issue that visibly rattled CS Mbadi would be forced to address moments before heading out to make his maiden budget address.
I want to caution that our youths, as we exercise our democratic right, we should understand that others also have democratic right. And there is no important right as that of listening to how the government wants to spend your taxes and raise those taxes.
And just a few minutes to 2 p.m., the CS emerged from the National Treasury steps holding the budget briefcase. But unlike his predecessors, he chose to walk to Parliament buildings, marking history as the country's first Treasury Cabinet Secretary to walk to Parliament to present his budget. A procession that took less than 10 minutes, contrary to the slow drive that those before him have enjoyed. Taking the parliamentary team by surprise with his early arrival, who were caught unprepared to receive him, forcing him to do a second walk-in. Now, despite the day's eventuality, the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, John Mbadi, made his maiden walk from the National Treasury building to Parliament building to present the 2025-2026 budget, a journey that he hopes by the time he leaves office, he will leave a lasting mark in the management of the country's resources. Jimmy Mbogo, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Welcome back. You're still watching tonight, and we have the special coverage of the budget 2025-2026 with my experts Sandeep Main, Dr. Abraham Rugo, and Bilo Kero. And we had gone to the extent of touching on some of the allocations. Dr. Rugo, on the question of education, because yes, it's expensive, and you had the Cabinet Secretary saying that for the past couple of years, the government has been paying for examination fees for children, regardless of where they go to school, regardless of the financial status of their parents. Now, the past few years also, to be specific, since 2022, you've seen a shift on how education is financed. You have the university funding model that has been controversial. And now see this question of examination fees. What are we getting into?
Yeah. It's interesting. Sam, allow me to start from just a bit of numbers. So our population right now is about 52.4 billion, million, sorry. Not billion. That would be the world a couple of times. 52.4 million. Out of that, 22 million are poor. In other words, 4 out of every 10 Kenyans cannot afford. The statistics that we have show that about 1.3 million of 6 to 13-year-olds are out of school. These are children who should be in school, generally between grade 1 and grade 8. 40% of those are because of school fees. And this is a point I want to drive to. That already what we are seeing is that in the education sector, you have more and more increasingly children who are not able to go to school. And a big driver is income. They are not able to pay. Yes, I agree that there needs to be a fairness mechanism so that then not everybody, whether you can afford or you can't afford, get paid for. But these are 1.3 million is not a small number. You know, when you think about it, after you've made a lot of progress over the years. But let's go to the other side. You have allocated 702 billion to education sector. Increasingly, you have allocated more to TSC so that more teachers, are being paid for. But you also have capitation, which basically is supposed to support every child in a primary school and in the day secondary schools, as it were, but also in the borders. But last week, the Cabinet Secretary says they have pending bills of 64 billion. So the point I'm trying to go to is that
pending bills in capitation.
Pending bills basically in the education sector. He said, these are the amounts of money that have largely their capitation. And I think you have heard stories about principals just complaining, they are having to dodge suppliers here and there, insisting that children have to pay their school fees. So what we are facing right now is that, one, you have more and more families that cannot send their children to school. Now, remember, this is also coming in a context where real incomes have actually been declining, and job opportunities not. Secondly, you have a lot of duplication of financing that is coming into the education sector. And this is what I mean. Especially in high school, you have all these bursaries. We did a study, and my colleague Naima was here in the morning, and she broke it a bit down, and I'll just repeat one or two things. That 61% of the bursaries are outside the education sector. What that means, they are in the hands of different political offices, NGCDF, Women Rep, county, different institutions, then other even offices, office of the president. They're all these different, but they are not coordinated. You have not even added the non-government organizations that also sponsor children. So what we are facing is that on one hand, money that should be going to schools is not going there at the time it should be going. Two, there's a lot of duplication and, of course, very difficult to track, which then would mean that there's a lot of corruption going on or slippages, in terms of who is being paid for. How are we able to tell that? But there's a bigger concern, which has to do with quality. So we have increased the amount of money, going to TSC, but are teachers actually going to class and teaching? But even when they go to class and teach, do they have the necessary equipment? Think about the competency-based education.
Right.
It was just changed from curriculum the other day to CBE. It's supposed to have schools with computers. It's supposed to have, I look at the assignments my children come with, and I ask myself, do all the children actually out there have this kind of, do they have internet? Are they able to print?
Right.
Are the labs equipped? Because it's supposed to be hands-on. So I think, for me, I worry that we are actually staring at a declining quality of education, by and by.
Right.
And the last point to say, and while in the midst of all that, you also don't have clarity of what is coming next. Right now, you have a crisis of grade 10s, who are going to be coming in. Already you have a crisis of grade 9s, because even still, it's not clear whether they're in primary school or whether they're in high school. That's a story for another day. But it's not clear when you say, for instance, they are going to be the tracks that our children are going to be taking. A lot of schools don't have arts and sports track. So that's for me the biggest concern.
Right.
A funding one, but also a quality one.
And Honorable Bilo, so as we talk about this continued differentiation of children, at a time that you're also seeing, like he says, quality going down to an extent that even when they were looking at places to cut, Parliament cut a whole 570 million shillings that was supposed to go into capacity building of teachers. What then are we doing to the public education sector? Because it appears that like the focus is just how much, but not more of what is being offered to students or learners.
There are a number of things from my experience. As a former legislator, what I've seen, even starting with the capitation, money comes to a school. It goes to that management team of the school, the principal plus the other members of the board. You would be surprised, but quite often some of that money is not used for whatever it is supposed to be used. Because this is just a group of 4 or 5 families, and they'll decide on what to do with the money. And so if this is why now we start having pending bills coming up in Ministry of Education. Because you've used the money, but then you've created a liability. They've seen people doing that in the Roads Ministry, they're doing Health Ministry. Everyone sees what's happening, so everyone wants to do the same thing. A public office, sadly, some say this, every leader who has come to power in this country has missed an opportunity to deal with the single most important problem this country has, which is corruption, really. So that when you say we are given 700 billion to Ministry of Education, how much really is used?
Right.
For the very purpose for which they've been voted or appropriated, and how much has gone. But based on the statistics that governments have provided in the last 10, 15 years, nearly a third of every allocation is lost through misappropriation or wastage or inefficiency and so forth. So you can imagine that how much money is given to a ministry. A huge ministry like this amount of money, 700 billion, then how much of it really gets lost? So that then the question of 500 million and this thing would not arise if people are really spending money. But there's no doubt that the focus of the government in recent years has been to provide basic facilities for the growing population. That's it. The quality issue, you've seen it in the universities, you've seen it in the basic education. It's been, quality has taken a backseat because it's really about providing infrastructure. They need classrooms, they need teachers. This has been the focus. This administration will tell you the last 2 or 3 years we have employed, I think the minister was saying in the speech, nearly over 60,000 teachers in the last, since they came in. But still, when you check in the ministry, you'll find the demand for teachers in schools is huge. And the reason is why. Let me tell you one simple reason. The number of schools being put up, sometimes just purely on political expediency, it's crazy. This village wants a school. A kilometer away is another village. So for political reasons, they also need their own school. And the next village is, so you have schools, when you look at the enrollment, over the years, I'm talking from the time I was in Parliament in 2003, this discussion on let's not register new schools unnecessarily, but because of CDF and pressure, political, whatever, they keep on building a school sometimes when they're not absolutely necessary. And then you now require facilities, you now need teachers, you need all things. And so these things all impact on quality at the end of the day. But so it's all about governance, really. Let me tell you, unless we really deal with that, and some of these challenges will persist.
Okay. On that question about differentiation of children, is it necessary?
Well, Sam, I don't think it should be, but based on what I've heard today, it seems like that is the rule of thumb, and that would continue until, as Honorable here has said, that if there's a change and the new legislators come into power, then they do have an opportunity to make that change. But until that happens, I guess that will continue. But can it be done away with? I think it's not going to be possible in the near future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And let's move on to, because again, look at the public goods that government is supposed to offer. Construction of roads through taxes, but there's a road maintenance levy of 25 shillings per litre that you consume. We understand that 175 billion shillings has been taken. They say securitization of the RMLF, 7 shillings of every litre. If you're talking about health, you have shift taking place. If it's education, you're talking about what we're now going to shift in terms of financing of examination fees, the university funding model, so there are alternative ways that are being found. If you're talking about markets, we have an affordable housing levy, which is being used to construct, apart from the housing units, also markets, and we hear also police posts, which are supposed to be put up by the Interior Ministry through the taxes that are collected. Then you have, if it's water, most neighborhoods, you find that, especially in Nairobi, because of the challenge of water, they have to depend on water bowsers or private boreholes. So what are we getting into? Because you still raise taxes and other revenues up to 3.3 trillion shillings, but most of these public goods, Kenyans, especially in urban areas, are having to procure for themselves.
I think, Sam, when you look at it from a wider lens perspective, and I think listening into this discussion, especially around education, and where we see is the highest allocation of the budget, the common theme that's coming out here is really around accountability and transparency. You talked about the housing levy. Yes, that was a big hue and cry. You remember how the legislation had to go back and forth, talking about equality. And eventually when it was collected in billions of shillings, do you see the houses, would be the question. There was some point in time that we saw that entire amount collected was going into a bond because there was no avenue of using those funds. So I think for me, yes, there are those maintenance levies that are being collected for roads. You have these other levies, you have these taxes. There's a significant trust deficit that the people of Kenya actually currently have with the existing regime. If the money is being collected, how is it being spent? And until that accountability is not taken, there's no transparency, we'll have a problem. You do recall a conversation where we had external debt and we were told that that money did not get to Kenya. The reason it did not get to Kenya is because it was used to repay loans. Which loans? The loans are now pretty high, 11 trillion, 1 trillion interest. So I guess for me, the underlying and the overall themes here would be around accountability and transparency. We did hear the CS talk about commissioning a review by the AG. We hope that report, when it's come out, it should be made public and it should be, available for scrutinization on how exactly the money collected, which currently go to more or less a consolidated fund, are then being used.
And for Dr. Rugo, your take about that government shifting from what it must implement using the ordinary taxes to introducing new taxes that don't necessarily go to the consolidated fund. Why?
So I think it's important for us to appreciate that the government of the day, for reasons of its own course, but also for historical reasons, is in a big hole. And allow me just to run you through some quick math. If you look at the projected revenue, which basically is the income that the government is expecting, 2760, I'll just use that as a simple, 2760 billion, which is 2.7 trillion. If you remove the interest plus pension plus pension and constitutional offices of 1337, you remain with 1423. If you remove county transfers of 405, you remain with 1018. If you remove all government salaries of 900 billion, you are left with 118. If you remove the police services of 127, you already go to the red, negative 19. Now, that's where now I want to start my conversation. And this is where then you bring in the next source of income, which is the charges that government will be levying for every service you get, which basically means, because we are projecting a 17% increment to 550 billion of A&A. Basically, this is driver's license. You basically are saying, it's like a business model. You basically are saying that you expect to raise more from Kenyans accessing services. If you bring back the education discussion that we were talking about, where you're saying you want parents to do more cost sharing. Generally, the point you're trying to make is that Kenyans have to take care of every service they want. Remember, here, I have not even included healthcare. I have not included education infrastructure, because in salaries, the only figure that is there is the salaries for TSC. We've not included all these state-owned, I don't want to call them enterprise, I think they're just entities that basically charge you for different services. I think that acknowledgement that we, and of course, I mean, I hope time will allow, we can talk a bit more about the securitization of different, because that has to, and what the CS was saying today is that we are going to be pursuing more public-private partnerships. Right. In other words, we seem to actually be moving to more privatization of what should be public goods and services. So we'll be paying for service. We are going to be paying for services more and more. Now remember, these are services which the base mechanism of provision is we have paid it already without taxes. It's almost double taxation if you think about it. Right. You know, if you're going to still pay for housing, which you have already been charged, housing levy, which has bought bonds. Again, that's interesting. To earn the government income. To earn government income. I think for me, that's a very worrying trend, because then it means a discussion has to be held if I have to pay taxes and still come and buy. This is not even buying from a private sector. Buy the same service, you know, from government, whether directly or indirectly, you know, that becomes a concerning. And the last point I wanted to say here is, when you think about what Sandeep was talking about, the corruption, the amount of money we are losing. Today, the CS, I was very surprised. He didn't mention the word corruption unless I didn't hear it. He talked about sealing loopholes, tightening things in the pension mechanism, you know, in the wages and what have you. These are the things that, unless you deal with corruption, unless we deal with abuse of office, unless you deal, he mentioned politicization, but that was with relation to the case of KRA, you know, where they come and plant, you know, unpaid bill on you. Corruption, if you think about it, even in how you expand government to try and create opportunities for everybody, then what it means is that at the end of the day, if you're not careful, then you are not necessarily improving public services. Right. You are increasing inequality, because remember the 40% figure that I told you, the 4 out of every 10 Kenyans, they depend solely on public services. They have no other alternative, because they cannot afford, you know, so they depend on a public school, they depend on a public facility. Therefore, the end is that you actually increase inequality, and that just gets you into a spiral. I've actually checked the statement of the Cabinet Secretary. He mentioned corruption 3 times, but in this context, improving governance and sustaining the fight against corruption is a subheader. Then it says, to enhance good governance, intensify the fight against corruption, and entrench integrity and accountability in public service delivery. I have proposed 4.5 billion shillings for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. That's why he mentioned corruption. Yes. So we're taking a short break here. Stay with us, because we will come back. We'll be talking about the money spending habits of the government. Recently, we've been seeing the empowerment programs where at least 10 million shillings is spent by different leaders, including, or rather led by the deputy president. Where does that money come from, and what does it say at a time that Kenyans will have to dig deeper to finance not just the taxes, but the services? Stay tuned. All
All right, and we'll continue with the coverage of some of the stories that came from Parliament and, of course, what we know about the budget 2025-2026. But in studio, I have my panelists. We have Sandeep Men from KPMG. Good evening.
Hi, Sam.
Great to see you. And I have the Executive Director of Budget. I have Dr. Abraham Rugo. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Great. And shortly, we'll be joined by Bill Okero, who is a political economist. Like I told you, he's also a former senator of Mandera County. But before we get into more stories, Sandeep, what's your impression of the budget 2025-2026 for you?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. So I think for me, this is a very lean budget. I've been doing this for almost 2 decades. And usually the finance bill historically has tried to at least raise about 300 billion, whereas this one has done about 34B or thereabouts. So for me, it's a very lean budget, but obviously the revenue measures are very lean through the finance bill, but the budget itself is quite ambitious, 4.3 trillion. I mean, this afternoon I heard DCS talk about the budget being based on zero-based budgeting. I have a lot of questions around that.
Okay.
I'm just wondering how a zero-based budgeting can give us 4.3 trillion, as an overall budget.
Right.
But yeah, that's my immediate reaction.
Okay, we'll get to more about that because the Cabinet Secretary, like you say, has been very consistent on saying that zero-based budgeting has happened. And this was a promise by the President sometime last year. Dr. Rugo, for you, the impression about this financial year's budget?
I think there's a lot of effort to try and give hope. I think what I kept hearing and, the CSA is trying to give hope. However, a lot of things remain almost the same because, for instance, what was supposed to be a lower budget actually has ended up being a higher budget. What was supposed to be a lower deficit, the difference between revenue and expenditure, has ended up being, as late as today is when the figure actually has gone up by almost another 50 billion. And therefore, and then listening to the speech, our budget is broken into too many small pieces. At one point, even the members of parliament got tired, and he had not even started breaking the lines. And my worry is that those small pieces are the ones becoming the compounding challenge.
Right.
Of so many new state departments that have been introduced, but so many programs under economic empowerment, under any sector, climate change, climate adaptation and the like. So my impression is that a lot seems to have changed, and I also have a lot of questions around the zero-based budget. My sense is that actually there was no discussion around zero-based budget. It is now being initiated.
Maybe you can help us, just before we take the next story. Yeah. What is zero-based budget?
So zero-based budget is basically that, take an example, Sandeep and I are 2 departments. Every year we come, and you're the National Treasury. We come and we explain the rationale for all the programs we want to do afresh. The difference is incremental budget, where we say, last year you gave us 10 shillings, this year give us 12 shillings because we are still offering the same service and the popular. So zero-based budget is about giving a rationale afresh. And that's why it's called zero. So it's like,
that has happened.
Like you start from a clean slate and say, how many children are we taking to school? What are our assumptions about their cost? Is that what we should be spending on? I don't get an impression a lot of that has happened because of even the amount of time that has been there. What I know is that there was an effort to do a training, and the CS actually did speak about, getting people to, basically the heads of those institutions to start understanding what this whole zero-based budget. But I have not gotten a sense that there has been that, because it's a long conversation.
It is.
Because it starts from the planning, because then it means you have to go back to your plans and say, what exactly are we trying to achieve, and therefore what do we need?
Okay, all right, so we'll get to more details about that, and of course just Welcome back. You're still watching tonight on our conversation on the budget 2025-2026. We had gotten to the point of talking about some of the public goods or the public services that you're supposed to be accessing, but now having to pay more for them despite having paid the taxes. And Mheshimiwa Kero, talk to us about, because of a country that has to wait for so long, especially the county governments and of course some different state agencies, they have to wait for so long to receive the exchequer releases. But in the same period, you're seeing political leaders moving from constituency to constituency, village to village, dancing and giving money, dubbed empowerment. where is this money coming from, and how do we tidy that up so that Kenyans will continue to pay taxes, because now it's becoming quite mandatory and enforceable, but value for money still not being seen?
Well, I think there is always misplaced priorities. The top priority of any government is the politics. Will they keep power? Will they get back to power? That's the priority. And so money will be given in terms of exchequer, will be released in terms of priority one. Two, it also is disbursed on the basis of political patronage. You may be a CS, I may be a CS, but I have a more clout than you when it comes to accessing the exchequer. It happens. It has always been. So you will find that a genuine ministry or department that really requires that exchequer may not get it, but someone who does not, it's not a priority, will get it because of political expediency or patronage or whatever. So it's unfortunate that then you find that all the monies that are always voted or appropriated in this budget will not actually eventually be spent by those departments. Quite often it doesn't. And this happens particularly in development. You'll find that they'll allocate 20, 30 billion this year, but what actually gets disbursed and the amount of money that will be absorbed ultimately will be probably half of that. It has always been. So I think it all boils down to the issue of governance, the issue of accountability. That look, never mind what the law says, I will not give you the exchequer. So the county governments will make noise and they threaten and threaten and threaten, and eventually they get it released. But that's because county governors are politicians. So ultimately they will be delays, but they'll get their money. But a ministry will not. A department or state corporation will not get the money even if they made all that. They can't make noise. They're not political. They're not politicians. So this unfortunately is a very common thing, and it is very bad. It gives an impression that a CS goes around, in these hard times, and how much he earns or she earns, and you give 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, and it. I mean, we look. Some of us are in business, and we know most of these people are not running in a kiosk. They aren't running any business which can generate that level of income, and you can see it that they're giving out huge amounts of money, and so this is why there are certain government institutions in security, and I mentioned this earlier, why the 465 billion is one of the areas where governments, all these monies are coming from. Because there is less accountability. There is, the transparency in that area is limited. So
there's nothing Parliament can do, because
Parliament can do a lot of things, but who are parliamentarians? They are members of the political party. Parliament today and Parliament in the 19th century, a lot of things have changed globally, because those were the days when members of the backbench would have significant. But after all these political party disciplines has come up, so you can't do much. You try to make noise and you lose some of the privileges you have in Parliament. Even if you are a high-ranking member of Parliament, you'll be done. Right. So members of Parliament tend to, to move along. Draw a fine line,
And Dr. Ugo, so the deficit, like you said, goes up to 923. If I had to look at the public debt, the Cabinet Secretary is saying that he's waiting for the Auditor General to give a report on how much exactly do we owe our creditors. But at the same time, the deficit is declared, the borrowing is declared at a time that the Central Bank of Kenya has also been lowering the base rate. So talk to us about where we're heading with all this, because on one hand, the government is saying we're going to cut public debt, but we're increasing it with the deficit.
So because there is no appetite, unfortunately, of dealing with expenditure, there's actually no appetite to deal with expenditure, because as we just started, when this, on the eve of submission of the budget, and I think it's important to clarify here, that Kenyans need to know that the budget was submitted in Parliament 2 months ago. I mean, a month and a half ago, 30th of April.
Right.
But you will remember that on the eve of that submission, there were changes that were made to cut about 126 billion. The budget that the Budget and Appropriations Committee submitted back after public participation and engagement increased that budget back by about 26 billion. Now, our debt is largely driven by deficits that increase in the year. So we start with a figure, like last year we started with a figure of about 820. We have finished at about 1.1. As you know, Supplementary 2 actually did expand. When we reduced the targets for revenue, we did not reduce. Rationally, when you reduce the targets for revenue, you should reduce the targets for expenditure. Now, because there's no, unfortunately, I don't see any appetite for expenditure rationalization and changes. In my opinion, I think we are heading to a place where, one, we are likely not to be able to pay our debts. In other words, we are headed to a default.
You think so?
The reason why I think so is the numbers I have just presented to you. If today your balance sheet in your house or in your business looked like the one I have just told you, where you're already starting at a negative before you have provided, you've paid school fees and the like, 1097, 1.1 trillion is interest payments. 851 of that it's the domestic market. Where is government going? It's saying we want to borrow. Initially it was 876 as of 2 days ago. Today it's gone to 923. 630 of that will be borrowed locally. We are already saying that the employment creation is actually on a decline because a private sector that are supposed to be creating employment is not necessarily expanding. Cost of credit, and it's on record. Cost of credit has been going up. Even when CBK reduced the rate, it did not necessarily reduce, the cost of credit. And government already is borrowing so much. So even with the CBK, central bank lowering the CBR rate yesterday by 25 basis points, basically means that government is likely to be now accessing credit in the local market at a much cheaper rate. Now, we are already defaulting. I think it's important to say that. Why do I say it? You see, there are two ways in which you default. You either default on your obligations to provide public services, of which we have figures of about 706 billion in pending bills.
Right.
And the CS today spent quite a bit of time talking about pending bills because he acknowledges that is taking critical operation income and capital from small. In fact, he said we are going to prioritize the small, the medium, he kept mixing them, the medium, small, I'm also mixing them up, the micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, MSMEs, that those ones. Acknowledging that pending bills is a big challenge. But Sam, let me draw you to another number. When you look at the state-owned enterprises, I prefer entities, they also owe about 1.1 trillion. And we have the schedule that was presented together with the debt. If you put those two figures, you're already at 1.8 trillion. If you put those as obligations that are owed, those are not pending bills. These are loans that they owe to the national government. Which definitely should be money that should be circulating. Of the figure that I talked about, the 1097, that is interest, there's a principal payment. Remember, for every borrowing you make, there's a principal payment. What is a principal payment that is due right now? About 600 billion. I mean, isn't that already a recipe for insolvency? If you were to look at, so that then...
And how will you finance that principal repayment?
Sorry?
How will you finance that principal repayment?
You have to get it from somewhere. So what do? You borrow. So this is what has been happening. Because of the numbers I explained, this 923, remember development spending is 702 billion. So already you have 200 billion on top, which is actually going to be recurrent. What we know, and I wish the Treasury people were here to at least clarify this, is that we are actually borrowing to finance past loans. We did that with the Eurobond last year, you saw it. A loan that we took at 6%, we borrowed at 10% to pay it off. And therefore, but it will come to a point where After doing this branch, Tala, Fuliza, you finally get your hands tied. Because you are then not able to provide public services. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like we are already defaulting. All these pending bills is a default.
For sure.
It's only that we are not treating them as a first charge. Because we still want to look like a function. It's interesting, actually, last week, allow me just to say this as the last thing. Last 2 weeks ago, the World Bank launched the Public Finance Review report. And during that launch, the representative spend some time talking about why default is a road we must not entertain. But they give scenarios, and I don't have time for that. The same week, the president said we are not going to default, which then tells you that there is already a concern that our fiscal space has shrunk, is getting tighter and tighter. Something will have to give at some point. Right. Either we don't provide more services, or we then decide, how do we restructure? Okay, let me use a softer word. How do we restructure our obligations? And people do restructure their obligations. Either you take cheaper loan and offset the expensive loan, or you increase the term, or that, or swap as they were. But the critical part is, this time you are going to buy, when you're doing all this restructuring, what do you do with it?
Okay.
A long answer, but I think it's important to expound.
Sure. And Honorable Kero, so then, because the government, and I've had this for a very long time, the economy remains resilient, has been resilient. I've had that since, I think, the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, at that time, Henry Rotich, back in 2013, thereabout. Even today, I had it. Then fiscal consolidation, cutting expenditure as well as raising revenue, or both. What must we do? Because yes, saying that we're not going to introduce new taxes, but in the other finance bill, there are a few things that we are seeing. How do we salvage the situation while also reflecting on what Dr. Rugo is talking about with the public debt?
Well, we've answered it. I don't know how many times you want us to answer. We said the government must rationalize its expenditure. That we must cut down the size of government. Look, it never, I don't know, but there seems to be an impression in this country that government must be seen to be doing everything. Look, when they came up with the housing thing, we were here, we discussed, and we said, look, nobody's saying we don't need houses, but that can be done by the private sector. Incentivize them, let them do it. Must the government do everything? They don't have to do everything. But if you say that, look, we are the experts, you must give us all the money and we'll tell you what needs to be done. Every day you're expanding government. We are doing everything. It can't work. And so what will happen is, you're killing enterprise. Let me tell you, today businesses are suffering. The amount of money businesses need from government is not just the 570 that they talked about of pending bills. That's only national government. Then you add a similar number from the counties, maybe. Then you have refunds for VATs of 150 billion. Then now when you add the state corporations, I mean, you have over 2 trillion belonging to businesses that this government is not giving people. And these things, how much more impact would it make on the GDP? It's huge. So I think the issue really for me is, yes, the government talks about, the fiscal consolidation and all those things, but the bottom line is, unless there's a fundamental change in the mindset of the leadership, that look, we can do things differently. We must not do things the same way that we've been doing. The government must be looking for revenue all the time, and revenue all the time. You can't balance it. You can't see. But they keep repeating, by the way, on national TV that for every 65% of our revenue is being spent on servicing loans. They keep repeating it. But then if that is the case, then why are you expanding government? Why are you putting us into, you're digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper. So I think the things that the government needs to do is, the most important priority is rationalize the public service and deal with that leakage, either through wastage or inefficiencies or corruption. I think there are many, we've talked about this and nobody wants to really, even when the minister was talking a short while ago, you saw him, he started by talking of the revenue. Expenditure is always a second thing. It's not a priority, and everybody. That's why even Parliament, the way it's conducting business, by the way, is wrong. When the budget committee asks every government institution to come before it and defend its proposal.
Yeah.
I think this is a bad precedent. Frankly, I mean, it started in the last 3-4 years, but it's not a good precedent because you are giving these guys an opportunity to come and say, you know, my ministry is very important. My docket is critical. I need 50 billion. I need 500 billion. I need, you know, and then you lobby.
Yeah.
Don't think there's no lobbying, Sam. There is actual lobbying, so that then some people get some resources, others may not. If you're not able to lobby properly, get that envelope, your resource envelope. Well, you know how it's lobbied.
I'm not a parliamentarian.
Oh, you know, there was a story that was run on the headline, on one of the main dailies. When this was in 2000 and I think 2020 or 2018 or something around. It was that actually the budget committee was compromised by Treasury in terms of the way some resources are being given, and the compromise was in form of the CDF. You know, you'll get more money in your constituency if you guys can endorse this. It was a headline story in major newspapers, and I remember we had a motion to discuss it in Senate. Said what National Assembly is doing is not acceptable. It's terrible. But so I think really unless Treasury, who is the custodian of public resources, puts its foot down,
right,
and deals with. It's not about just minister saying, I want financial discipline. He must act on all those, because he has the power in the Public Finance Management Act. He can penalize. He can withdraw your appointment as an accounting officer.
Right.
They have so much power and so much room for penalizing. That's the only way we can have strict discipline. Really, otherwise we would be talking about the same thing every year.
Yet some of those accounting officers you mentioned appear in some of those rallies to support.
and it's important. Let me just say
let me first hear from Sandeep here. When you look at, because the conversation on finance bill this time round has not been as what was last year, and again, the cabinet secretary defending it, that it's not introducing any taxes. Are there concerns that you'd want to highlight, especially touching on businesses, but also individuals?
Yeah, Sam, thanks for that. So indeed, you would not see any new significant tax measure, and that was a promise that was made by the CS. However, there's one thing that really stands out for me. Let's talk about those agency notices that came through the administration, changes to the TPA. What this really means is that while there are no new taxes, imagine a dispute with Revenue Authority. And you then say, no, we can't agree. Maybe the amount in question is, I don't know, B. As you go now to the next step, which is really the Tax Appeals Tribunal, the Revenue Authority, if this goes through as is, can actually issue agency notices to your financial institutions, your banks, and demand to collect that amount, even though the amount is under dispute. This actually means, it's my constitutional right to actually defend myself.
Right.
So this goes against the Constitution of Kenya by that provision being there to begin with. So for me, that's a big outlier. And it would actually mean that whether I'm in front of the TET or the court, I would actually have to pay, or the carrier can actually take that money even as a dispute is going on. While in some jurisdictions that could be okay, I have a big problem. If I do win at the TET or I do win at the courts, High Court, the question is, will I get a refund of that money? That's the biggest question. The second one is, can I even afford it? Do I have assets equivalent to sell as I continue that dispute? So if it does go through as is, I don't know, maybe I would see a number of businesses going under, especially the MSMEs, which, by the way, is a priority for this government. The MSMEs must thrive because they contribute to the GDP and the growth of this economy in this country. The other one, obviously, as we talked about, is really the data protection. And I just want to touch a bit about that. So when KRA actually come and do an audit of your books, they do have access to all financial information. They ask for bank statements. They can go all the way up to directors, ask for their bank statements. So I'm just trying to think, what additional information would you want from a personal level? Would you need access to the directors' M-Pesa accounts? Are you asking for their spouses' M-Pesa accounts? Are you asking for the spouse's business? So I think that's a bit, excessive. Where is the fine line? Where should we draw the line? And then we do have Data Protection Act. We have the Constitution of Kenya. This is an infringement, in my personal view, and should not be passed as is. The Revenue Authority is already using a lot of data, rightfully so. Today, if you log into even your personal iTax platform, you'll be able to see your sales, your purchase is real time, which is fantastic. So that data itself should be enough for us to drive compliance. And the CS actually did emphasize on use of technology. And technology must be used to drive up and shore up revenues. But personal data and trade secrets is a no-go zone and cannot and should not be passed.
The Cabinet Secretary has been saying that those are just businesses that want to hide in some of the transactions that they make. I don't know how then you protect against that.
Sam, I must say that we are in a high level of automation. Today, if you're to do business with me or to do business with anyone, you must issue an ETIMS invoice, electronic tax invoice. And that invoice then bears my PIN, which is, by the way, in my opinion, the biggest single piece of information that Revenue Authority need is my PIN.
Yeah.
So once it bears my PIN, I would be able to claim that expense from your business, legitimate expense. If I do not have an ETIMS invoice, and yes, Revenue Authority possibly have not yet figured out on how they're going to go through thousands of transactions for manufacturers in a single day to then suss out which was ETIMS supported and which is not. However, I guess with now this whole dashboard that I talked about, they might be able to do a bit of quick analysis. But with the level of automation, Sam, I'm pretty sure that level of compliance would already be there. So accessing personal data and trade secrets, by the way, in Nigeria, for example, it's a no-go zone. If I have a trade secret in terms of, and trade secrets is a strong word to use, but let me say if there's a way of formulating a particular product, I don't know, whatever the product could be, and I've combined various chemicals, various raw materials to make my product competitive, to make it quality, and then that is leaked for some reason or the other, and maybe someone starts a similar business using my formula, I would have a problem. Would I be run out of business? Therein lies that
issue. You see the risk of abuse?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Actually, it's an understatement. The only reason why that thing should not be allowed is the level of risk of abuse in this country. And we have seen it. We have seen in this administration in the past where people, have been particularly politicians, but even businessmen. So the risk of abuse of that data is so high. Even the other one you mentioned, agency notice. The level of arbitrary assessments given by KRA is just so much that you will really be, you'll be punished. It will be used for extortion.
I mean, below that might be
it will be used by extortion.
That might be how they, you could get closer to the 2.7 trillion as projected.
And of course, if the businessman wins that case, then how then do you
get? I mean, you're really struggling with VAT refunds.
I mean, Sam, he talked about
we are going to court.
Yeah.
Why must I pay you?
You should be innocent until proven guilty.
Until I'm proven guilty.
Okay. We are out of time.
Good. I wanted to say that if Parliament is the custodian, because of how we structured our constitution, of our public funds, because they are the ones who basically give all the rights. But the incentive, the reason why our budget is not going down is because there is an inbuilt incentive, especially for the national government. And that's why we are struggling to allocate more resources to counties, because IGTRC did a report and showed that 272 billion still remains untransferred from the national government to counties. And they published it, including the Gazette notice of what functions need to be transferred. But did you know that CDF, the national government CDF, having been declared unconstitutional, is a percentage of the national government fund. So in other words, I mean, if my income is a percentage of Bilow's allocation, I have no interest in having Bilow's allocation go down.
For sure.
So, and that's one of the things that has really hindered, in my opinion, the oversight role and even as we allocate more resources, for different functions in education, you see a lot of allocations in healthcare, unless you restore that ability of oversight, the sanctity of the house, to provide oversight, so that without any encumbrance, I think it will be a very difficult road ahead.
Interesting. Just important to note that I think CDF has been allocated 58.8 billion shillings for the next financial year. National Government Affirmative Action Fund, which is under the Women Representatives, 4 billion shillings. One would wonder what happens to what the courts have decided that fund should expand expire by 30th of June 2026. But now, in the year of expiry, there's such an allocation being made. And of course, the members of parliament are busy trying to make sure that the CDF joins the constitution. Let's take a look at the feedback that has come to us at Citizen TV Kenya. At Sam Gituku, the hashtag to use is Citizen Tonight. We start with who? This is Orut Wasam. You say that however good budget read by Mbadi sounds, it makes no sense if we keep on hearing the same every year without transforming the lives of Kenyan citizens, but people even experiencing downward economic decline. Crispina Adams, you're saying that 700 billion shillings is more than enough to provide absolutely free quality education from primary to secondary school. Unfortunately, more than half of this will be lost. At Sijogo House, we must stop budgeted for corruption. Again, you said that with prudent management of public resources, it is possible to cut down taxes to spur economic growth without so much borrowing. That 104 billion shillings to be spent on a simple SHA software is perfect example of missed priority and corruption. That's your feedback. And of course, the conversation continues in regards to the budget 2025-2026 and the finance bill of 2025. Remember, the work is not yet done. In the coming days, Parliament will be debating the budget itself, also coming up with an appropriations bill, eventually an act. At the same time, they'll be talking about the finance bill. Soon, the Parliamentary Committee on Finance and Economic Planning will be presenting its report for the sake of the other processes of enacting it. This has been tonight. Thank you so much, Sandip, Dr. Rugo, and Honorable Kero for making time for us on this conversation. See you again soon. My name is Sam Gituku. Good night.